All right. Here we go. 2 minutes to start for our 8 o'clock practice session. But get this, competitors, we want to see you in your special practice singlets. Your jerseys are on the Beach Marshals boat, which is that first boat near the first mooring. You can see the first black Fiji Pro buoy there. I believe the boat is it Maui or Tank? Help me out.
Adam.
First big boat. You're going to find my beautiful wife, Malia, our beach marshal, all week long. She's there passing out jerseys. Pick up your jersey right now, or you will not be allowed to surf in this practice-free surf session. So make your way, competitors, to that boat to collect your singlet. Yow! All right, with that, we're at 8 o'clock. We are officially closed for a practice session. If you are not competing in the 2026 Corona Fiji Pro, make your way out of the channel, and we'll see you back here at Cloudbreak sometime after 5 o'clock. Again, athletes in the water, make your way to the Beach Marshal boat to collect your jersey. Luke Thompson, I see you not wearing your singlet. Make your way to the Beach Marshal boat, Luke, and get your singlet on. All right, athletes in the water. We have a full jet ski team here today. So if anybody needs jet ski to rip back to the boat slowly, to change boards, have a drink of water, just make your way out or to the channel, wave your board down at our water safety team, and we'll get you guys dialed in. This is all about dialing in your equipment, feeling comfy out here in the lineup as we see a nice set out the back approaching. Who do we got up and riding here? Oh, we got Taya Krupp up and riding, looking at this section, pumping, looking for her first turn. She's going to drop to the bottom, rip it off the top. And as we see Erin Brooks as well out the back. Erin looking like she needs to get her singlet on, doing work, though, without it. We might get water safety to go ahead and flag her down, get Herb to the boat to get a singlet on. And we got Callum ejecting out of that one. Interesting little fading wind swell here at Cloudbreak today. Still a lot on offer. As we see Mr. Mark Akalupo, I don't know if he's going to get a singlet on, but he's out there enjoying the surf. And we got Teo Denge, the wild card, trying to dial in some boards. Teo's got the whole island of Fiji cheering for him this week. Garauna. Salago Mainangoni, Manakol Coast. Matataki, Nakoro, Votua. As we see Joel Malfoy Vaughn up and riding. Who's that out the back there, Nick? Ripping in the black singlet. George Pitar. That's not a singlet. That was a black wetsuit top. George Pitar, Aaron Brooks. Make your way, guys, to the boat marshal boat to get your singlet on. No more waves for George Pitar or Aaron Brooks until you get your singlet. You can use water safety. Flag them down. Water safety will take you to the beach marshal boat. They'll help you swap boards around. Let's have a great practice session. All right. Time check here, 8:30. 8:30. We're loving this action as we see surfer Tea Kurup just up for a quick rep there. So good to see this practice session underway here at the 2026 Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero. Magic weather. We've been blessed by the rain on the main island. Has been thirsty for it. So it's really nice to get our flowers and our gardens blooming. But Fiji really lights up, puts on a show when the sun is shining, as we see today. Crew from the tower. We got the judges up here. We've got an all-star crew that are going to be bringing you high-definition live broadcast, beaming from here all the way back to the hub at the Marriott and then out into the world. The best surf contest on the planet. This beautiful blue marble called Earth. We got the best event here. Favorite wave for so many surfers on tour. As we see Lukey Thompson's finally got his singlet on. The young South African tuning up his boards. Luke, like many others, dinging boards in the lead up to the event. A lot of people breaking boards. Ramsey went through his entire quiver nearly. And it was really cool to see some great surfing leading into the event. Joao Chianca putting on a show. As we see surfer in red out the back. Is that Cal? Thompson again. Man on a mission. Want to go ahead and get some feedback from our contestants and our surfers in their singlets out the back. I can't see you just yet. We're going to let this wave pass. And then I want all our surfers out in the water. If you can hear my voice, raise your hands up in the air. Chee-hoo! Let's go. Let's see some good surfing. We want to be entertained. Start your watches. No, this is a totally unscored free surf, but we are judging you from the tower. All right? People are watching. This is also going live all around the world. Practice session for us in the webcast booth as well, and our live webcast team back on the main island at the Marriott at Momi Bay. You're going to be able to watch your footage, but spoiler alert, the waves are not going to look like this come the first day of competition. We got Renato Hickel and the whole team salivating. Aweli Nameli. They're looking at this forecast coming. Everybody's so excited. It's a good problem to have. Lots of waves on the forecast. Coaches are working hard with their athletes, looking at their boards, calling shapers, getting some last-minute board bags packed, because we're going to need some timber, some big stringers, a little bit more foam. It's on. The 2026 Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero. Thank a water safety member when you see him around. You can even smile at a judge if you walk past them. This is what it's about. Putting on the best surf event on the planet. Luke Thompson again. Is anybody going to chase this guy down? He is winning this free surf. As we see Luke Thompson throwing buckets to the sky. It's not all about wave size. It's also how that surfing is done on these small waves. Excellent surfing is always going to score high. And that's what we want to see here today, and we're excited to see it at the event. That's enough of me talking for now. We'll check in with you guys in a little bit. Remember, use water safety to get your, as we see our surfer out flying. Joel Vaughn, Expelliarmus out the back. All right, everybody. Just waiting for set action as we see surfer in red. Quick in and out. 8:45, sun is shining. The weather is sweet. Here at practice day 2026 Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero. So many people coming together to make this event happen. The beautiful boys in Marigold, Water Patrol team, led by Azza Graham, the Pro Guarding boys. Navalevu Navingarabi, thank you guys for your service. Being on it. Navalevu Kaiwai, water sports team, making it all happen. Yuri and his entire team, behind the scenes, putting it all together. Navalevu talanga to the drivers from Tavarua. Namotu. Bata kekede na kabatan, ibe kabatan nila gomay na koro, narara imo minambila. So we see our surfer tagging that section out the back in blue. Buruk. Joel Vaughn. Looking like he's on a Nimbus 2000 out there as we see. Surfer on the inside, same wave, Eli Hanneman finding cover. We see is that Luke Thompson out the back, surfing bohai, that section way up top. Getting loose with that tail, just trying to find a little piece of the reef by himself. On the inside, though, we've got this different section here. So many little cheeky sections here at Cloudbreak. Kuru mai langi. We got the top bit way beyond the point. We can offer some scores. We've got the ledge. We've got the mid-ledge. We've got shish kebabs. All of it fun, some of it more consequential than other bits. What do you reckon? Audio boat, wala ba? So na sere, may vambulong-bulong takamanda na channel. On manda na sere. Kere me on manda na sere, thanda. By Akadaka mito sa vambulong-bulong manda na to free surf here at the 2026 Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero. All right, all right, all right. We see you, Luke Thompson. Electric surfing there from the South African. And we got Jake Marshall out the back trying to do his best Luke impression, but Luke finding the gem on that. Makes you ask the question, who's got the advantage out here at the 2026 Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero? Is it the goofy footers or the regular footers? Seen some electric surfing, and we have seen, even just in the last, since 2012, let's think about our past champions. Lots of regular footers. Trying to think of our champs. We got Connor O'Leary, who won it as a goofy. Matty Wilco. Tati won one. Owen Wright, of course. So we see another surfer on the backhand losing the handle there. Cloudbreak's just one of those waves. It's dynamic. It's long. As we see up and riding, surfer in blue, Gabriella Bryan. Fine in the critical part of the wave. Unfortunately, getting unglued on that last section. Here we go. Nice set out the back. Carissa Moore fading. Looking for the section. Wrap. She's going to be hunting the coping. No button on that one. Kicks out. That's right. The year Wilco won, it was a two-man. I'm getting tuned up by Luli, head judge. I'm right here. If you guys are watching this live abroad, you know, if you don't know in the channel, this practice session is being broadcast live throughout the world in high definition. One camera, but all of the pixels going abroad. So we are judging this. Everyone's got their eyeballs and their popcorn watching this go down. Yeah, we've got head judge Luli Pereira reminding me Connor O'Leary didn't win that event, but he was so stoked as a rookie to get second. Basically stamped his card to stay on tour the next year. And he was ripping, but it was Matty Wilco, the other goofy footer, who took that event out. We are hanging out with you with this mixed bag, male, females, out there till 10 o'clock. We've got about 7 minutes to 9 now. I'm getting some info from one of our coaches here on the towers watching the action. Since 2012, as we see up and riding, who is this up and riding there? That's Maddie McGilvery, the Zaffa, representing South Africa. That it's just been Kelly Slater, Griffin Colapinto, and Andy Irons are the only regular footers who've been winning out here in the past 20 years. As we see Gabby Bryan on the inside, sharpening that sele kapa. Everyone say sele kapa. That's our Fijian word for the Fijian cane knife, the favorite tool of choice for farmers around Fiji. And it gets dull if you use it too much, and you come out, you got to sharpen it. And that's what our athletes are doing today. Sharpening the sele kapa, up and riding, surfer in red. Baron Mamiya. Baron found his way on tour by winning in Hawaii. So much that he earned his spot on tour, and he's with us ever since. Up and riding in yellow on the inside. Maddie McGilvery. Tiny little wave, but also right in front of the tower, you got all the eyeballs of the judges are going to be watching this critical section at Shish Kebabs all week long. It's undeniable. When you watch free surfs here, as we see up and riding out the back, That is wild card Tea Kurop, unable to find any opportunity to throw a turn down. But in any free surf out here, especially at low tide, the best surfers, they really don't like doing closeout sections at shish kebabs. But when it's your career to drop big scores, you're seeing the best in the world go vert, critical, under the lip, losing their fins, and trying to ride it out. We're about a half an hour to dead low tide, and there's not much water on the reef right now here at Shish Kebabs. And as we see the swell that's about to come and hit us, our event window is starting on August 25th. We got the opening ceremonies going down on the 24th at the Marriott at Momi Bay. The 25th looks like pretty slow. Anything can happen. But looking at the forecast right now, it's looking pretty spicy for the 26th. Renato and the team, they're going to be watching. If there's any chance for that swell to change, we could be running on day one. Who knows? Mother Nature's in control. We are ready to go, and that's why we're here. Our team is ready to bring the action. But if the forecast were to roll out as it's looking today, it's looking like high possibility for a big day of competition on Wednesday, the 26th. So much beautiful swell. We've got trade winds scheduled. And look at, I don't know any other wave on the planet that can handle the strength of wind as we see here. Up and riding, Matt McGilvery tucks into the barrel at Shish Kebabs right in front of us here on the tower. Does not come through. Our competitors you guys got to figure out a strategy. You're working on it with your coaches. You're going to sit out the back at Bohai. You're going to stay in the middle on the ledge. Sit in the middle ledge, or you're going to sit right at Shish Kebabs like Maddie McGilvery there in yellow. This isn't Tahiti. You can't just sit in the honey hole, take off into the barrel, Cloudbreak. It's going to make you make a choice, and you're going to live and die by that choice. We are stoked to be here in Fiji, guys. Stu Johnson here on the tower with the judges. Our whole team's up here making sure everything is tidy for the start of this event here on practice day. We've got Saiviri and the boys camping out on the tower, doing security, keeping everything running. The logistics to put this comp on, unbelievable. We are out in the middle of nowhere. If you're watching this live around the world, this wave is not a wave you can paddle to unless you're hedgy. All right, if you didn't know already, that was our wild card winner, Teo Denge, the man from the Coral Coast. Do you know where the Coral Coast is? If you don't, you got to come to Fiji. So much beautiful places to see here in Fiji. It's not just Tavarua and Namotu. 333 islands. Are you kidding me? You've only been to Tavarua? That man right there, Teo Denge, a big, beautiful family. He's always smiling, sporting a beautiful mustache. This man just came back from Bali, surfing in the Single Fin Classic, supporting his good friend, local phenom, regular footer, James Cusatino, who actually went up against Teo in the semifinals of our local trials here at Cloudbreak, which went off. Teo Denge taking James out in that semifinal and then going on to go up against 16-year-old Orlando Hill of Pacific Harbor, Suva side. And Teo took out the win, lifted the trophy as our wild card. Teo, if you can hear me, raise your hands, my brother. Let's go, Teo. You got the whole island behind you, my guy. We're so stoked for you. As you see, he's on that beautiful Ryan Lovelace, up and riding his tail. Oh, look at that kick out. So beautiful. Oh, yeah, inside, Matt McGillivray still hunting some stuff here on the inside. But back to young Teo, just spent nearly half a month in Bali. Was able to watch James Cusatino surf in the event in Padang, at Padang rather. As we see Jake Marshall kicking out of that wave. So much young talent coming through here in Fiji. And Teo's going to be representing the men. That's surfer Eli Hanneman. Kind of taking off underneath the pack there at at the ledge. Gets to that area where the main pack is. You can see how disconnected it is. We see Chris Amore finding a nice little coping there. She's still looking to get vertical in this practice session. Finding the nice wrap and rhythm there. Hearing from competitors, they had a nice little session yesterday before the rain picked up. I feel like these CT competitors are bringing the rain with them. So we see Riss bailing there at the shallow section. It's tiny today, but Cloudbreak still packs a punch. But we've been having wild and woolly conditions as we see Jack Robinson. Rather, who is that? That's not Jack. Who's got that? That was Baron Mamiya. As we see Joel Vaughn tagging it through. My 9-year-old son Kainoa and my son Nalu gave the nickname to Joel Vaughn, Malfoy, with that beautiful white hair, big smile. Joel Vaughn is anything but malicious. Joel Vaughn is a pleasure to be around and great serving. Joel came out for a surf a couple months ago, either a month ago before Bolito, and put on a clinic with Callum Robson, as well as the team from Surfing Australia had come out and put in the time. Get back out there, Joel. What are you doing? Get back out there for a surf. Get a couple more waves, mate. Let's go. Look at that smile. These guys came out. It was pumping. We all see the clips and the edits that come out from Fiji from these swells, and it looks so user-friendly. People like this right here, the Lobster, Liam O'Brien. This guy was putting out edits for days from those swells, as we see our surfer, Alyssa Spencer, in the purple suit, getting spicy on this one. Nice little wrap. Sharp forehand surfing from Alyssa. But the surfers that put in the time here at Cloudbreak, having that confidence means so much here. Surfer on the inside. Jack Robinson. Oh, Baron Mamiya, rather. Oh. The surfers that come out and put the time in for these swells. You know, when these swells are over 8 feet, you're going to get what you get what's called here at Cloudbreak a capper set. A capper set is when it's a little too big for that first reef. It comes rolling in, and if it gets a little bit bigger than 8 feet, that capper set isn't always a fluffy pillow on your head. These guys were taking donuts, and you do what's called the tour, the tower tour. It's about 500 meters, wash through. If you don't have a friend on a jet ski, you are paddling, doing the hard yards. Liam O'Brien put together one of the prettiest waves we've seen out here at Cloudbreak. Don't think that you can come here and just make that happen, as you see the replay there of Liam. And, yeah, man, I can watch that clip over and over again. How did he make that wave? Well, Cloudbreak is a flurry. It's not just a big, wide-open barrel all the time. It's so weird and fast and sectiony. Every part of the session, every swell is different. If you ask a local, you know, like, where do you sit? What's this wave like? It's just so different every day, every swell, which is why Cloudbreak is such a favorite wave of people around the world. Sally Fitzgibbons with the hat on, acting like it's a mild little surf at Rainbow Bay. Got the hat on. Sun is out in Fiji. Liam O'Brien on this baby wave. Look, if you guys are watching this live around the world, get ready for action coming up when they actually put the hooter on and these guys are surfing for their jobs. Today is just a bit of fun, bit of warm-up, get the boards dialed under their feet, make sure we're all dialed here on the front of bringing you amazing live action. We're in the middle of nowhere. We are floating out 4 miles out to sea here on the reef on Kurukuru-Mailangi. You guys got, if you're watching this online and you've never been to Fiji, as we see somebody is that threading the tube, knee-high tube on the inside, somehow nearly came out of it. But if you're watching this around the world, open Google Maps and try and find Cloudbreak on a satellite image. Hope you got to understand, we're not, people in Tahiti can paddle out at the end of the road to Te Aupo'o. But here in Fiji, it's boat only. Unless you're hedgy and paddling from Namotu. That was surfer Gabriella Bryan. She's in there looking for octopus there on the shallow reef at Shish Kebabs. She takes that all the way in. That's going to be ultra critical zone down there, team. Once this event comes underway, we've got lots of solid swell coming in. Our competitors are going to be pushing it with closeout sections there on that shallow reef. We're about 20 minutes away from dead low tide, unless someone corrects me otherwise. It's why this event is worth watching. There's action right from the top all the way through to the bottom. So cool to meet so many of the world's best surfers, and some of them are coming to Fiji for the first time. Got to meet Mateus Hurdy, Luana Silva, Luke Thompson. First timers ever to this beautiful speck, these beautiful islands here in the South Pacific. Surfer Eli Hanneman. He's got the Iron Cross looking artwork there on that board. Getting spicy, losing it through the lip. Critical surfing from our surfer in blue, Eli Hanneman. Some of the tidiest surfing we've seen all morning on this small wave. If you're watching this live abroad, you might get a little bit grumpy. Be like, oh, it's not very big. This is boring. No, guys, this is crispy, beautiful surfing. If you're a fan of surfing and it has to be 8 foot for you to enjoy watching it, then you're not core. You're not with us. This is what it's about. Imagine being a shaper for these guys and be able to watch them perform and dial in their boards. That's what this session is all about. Getting it done as we see our surfer there on the TV screen, live to the world. That's Tea Kurop. Tea looking so good out there, representing our first female wild card ever in Fiji. Tea, give us a wave if you can hear my voice. We're so stoked for you, Tea, representing Fiji. You're doing a great job. Tea, can you raise your hand if you can hear me? Raise your hand, Tea. Go, Fiji, go. Let's go. She's embarrassed. It's official. There she is. There she is. Let's hear that. We can hear the radio channels going off. We have so many amazing local water patrol crew from Kaiwai Water Sports that have watched Tea grow up. Her and her sister Havana have been mentored by one of the best Cloudbreak surfers out here. Their dad, Yuri Kurop, an absolute charger. And they come from good Cloudbreak pedigree. Amazing water women. Havana and her sister Tea battled it out in the wild card for a spot to represent Fiji. And the sister combo was deadly. In fact, they're going to be traveling as we see live action from Carissa Moore. Can't even count how many world titles she's had, but you can because it's 5. As we see, boom. Carissa just looking to get her flow going. She's not interested in the soft sections today. She's trying to identify those vertical sections. She's going to go ahead and wait for another wave as we see surfer in blue on the inside, Eli Hanneman ripping through that. Alyssa Spencer finding a fun, stylish section. Surfers happy to be out there right now, but really, they really want those waves that we haven't even really seen much today. I want to say that Luke Thompson's probably had, Luke and Eli Hanneman having the spiciest board so far, finding the sections, the most critical sections this morning. It's my humble opinion. As we see our surfer from Fiji, Teo, on the Ryan Lovelace magic carpet. A little layback, how do you do? Follow through with a little fin blow. Doesn't finish that, but he wants to keep everybody guessing. Watch out for him, whoever gets Teo in the draw. I feel like he has Eli Hanneman first round. Eli's got his work cut out for him. He's going to have to prove himself. Eli's got nothing to prove. He is a proven CT competitor. Teo's got everything to prove, but he's got the nation behind him. And Teo's going to be salivating, saweli nameli, getting ready for that forecast that's on its way. Lots of barrels, lots of wind. It's going to be amazing. All right, welcome back here to the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. Fiji Pro, presented by Corona Cero. If you're watching this live, welcome. This is Stu Johnson here in the tower next to the judges. We're stuck up here because it is low tide here in Fiji, and there's only one way out of here, and that's when the tide comes up and we get a boat ride out, or we do the reef dance, walking off the reef, as we see Mateus looking like a chiseled piece of artwork. Look at that young man coming out on the boat. Steph Gilmore there, Caroline Marks. Somebody just told a really funny joke. As we see the crew there, Adam Hubon there, looking good, catching the rays. Everybody just enjoying the beautiful day here in Fiji. The sun is out finally. The sun is out here in Fiji, and the reef lights up, puts on a spectacular show. The clearest water in the South Pacific, in the world, here in Fiji. Go for a snorkel, see 200 feet. All the way down to the reef. We're going to have this session right here. It's 9:15. We're going to be kicking the boys out of the water here in 45 minutes, and it's going to be our female competitors only out there. We want to remind everybody watching live to make sure you lock in your fantasy team. My phone is blowing up, wanting to know who should be their power surfer. ×2 on all your points. It's a lot of big names. What do? Do you pick the guy who's like statistically always giving big points? Or do you choose an underdog who's going to upset and you're actually going to move up in your team? In your league, rather. Come on, make a choice. Here we go. Surfer, up and riding in red. Teo on the Ryan Lovelace. Styly wrap right there. Easy on the eyes, the old Teo Dingay, our local wild card to watch surf. Just wait till he's on a wave of size. So stoked to have Teo as the local wild card here in Fiji. The talent in Fiji is going through the roof. As we see our surfer paddling out the back. Looks like Carissa Moore. Negative. That's Taya Kurop, who's looking like Carissa Moore. The nice little rip there. She going to connect this section? No. Out the back. Our surfer, Jake Marshall, looking for the button, as Ross Williams calls it, and finds it. Tags it. Getting those fins loose. Everybody take notes. That's what you got to do to get the big scores out here. Judges are not, they're up here watching conditions, but they're not judging, but I am. And I'm watching who's winning these free surf heats. Doesn't mean anything, but We are watching who is putting on a show out there today. Jake Marshall with a one-turn wonder on that wave. Beautiful surfing for the Californian. All the surfers just arriving now on that Tavarua boat. Welcome. Make sure you grab your practice singlets from Beach Marshall, the beautiful Beach Marshall, Malia. All right, real quick there on the live. Forgive me, I'm just going to speak a little bit of the Itauke language to all the boat drivers out there. Babinibinakabe keminike na uliwanga. Bimbingabe erto na red dog. Nambao. Uli chiko na wangka ni Tavaro. Nabalevo. Bata kinawangka ni sound system ve erto na kaiwai. Dan binabalevo be kemini wata kemini kede na boat grungori. Nabalevo na Bengaravi kemini garaba chiko na sound system SPR. Nabalevo Sara. We are out here floating on this beautiful piece of reef, Navula. E nodrna itauke ningolingoli, itabanibono. This is one of the most special pieces of reef. Engineering only the gods could do. No one can fathom. Engineers couldn't engineer a wave this beautiful. It's the perfect angle for swell direction, wind direction. It wraps around a reef that's nearly 2 miles long and a mile wide. As we see surfer Teo Denge flowing. Cloudbreak's one of those magic waves that works at any tide. You don't have to wait for some magic tide for it to work. High tide, low tide, if the swell is here, the barrels are on here at Cloudbreak. As we're here in the tower looking out to sea, I would say it's almost a mile out, or maybe, yeah, nearly a kilometer out. Then you can start to see the wind chop out to sea from the trade winds. But look at this, at the live action here. The surface of the wave is so clean. It's perfect cross offshore. Look at that as we see Carissa Moore finding a nice little coping there to wrap through there, ejects before she gets, whoa! Carissa goes over the falls in front of Gabby's. We see Alyssa Spencer looking for a section to hit, and she's kicking out. But it's just such a beautiful wave that you can have a wave that's cross offshore, almost pushing you down the wave, and that's just couldn't be butterier conditions. Jake says, go, go, go. I've done that before as we see Jake. Whoa! Can you imagine if somebody went on that? Jake nearly letting somebody else go on the prettiest wave of the morning session. As we see Teo Denge, live action. Looking for the barrel. Let's go, young man. Oh! Teo just getting clipped by the end section there. Jake Marshall with the turn of the practice session so far. The WSL Fantasy Surfer Free Surf here going down at the 2026 Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero. It's a live practice session, guys. We're out there as we see Jake getting some notes from Coach. That was sick. You went down the line like this. You did some pumps. You found the save. Whoa! Smashed it. Well, then you can come around like this. Whoop-ah! Yeah, like that? Yeah, just like that. That's how you do it. All right, just go do that again. Find the section. All right? Okay, coach. This is the time. Get out there with your coaches. Figure it out. That board looking magic under Jake Marshall's feet. That one's definitely going on ice as we wait for the swell to arrive. Is it going to arrive on time? Everybody's watching Surfline, checking the updates. Everybody's just tingling. We got goosebumps before the goosebumps arrive. On Wednesday, we got swell, everybody. So you see Surfer representing Israel, Anat Lelor paddling out. Anat coming through massively in that last event in Tahiti. Well done, Anat. Yeah, how you doing? She's not waving at us. Somebody else. We got Luana Silva out there paddling too, saying hi to Sally. Live action. That is Eli Hanneman. He has been spicy. That board is looking so good. I got to say, Eli and Jake in form in this session so far. That's our surfer representing Brazil. Luana, you're on the TV screen here for our live free surf session. Give us a wave, Luana, if you can hear our voice. Stoked to have you out here. It's Luana's first time scoring Fiji. She was out here early for that first swell that came through as we see Mateus getting into work. Those guys showed up early. And, you know, it was pretty hairy those first couple days. Lots of wind, lots of swell. In fact, one of those days we were tripping because it was only about 4 foot just overhead, but it was so windy out. It felt like it was 10 foot. And it was sick to see everybody charging. Joao Chianco was just taking capper after capper on the head, but was still just relentless paddling out there and getting nugs. You're going to watch those edits of all the highlights of these guys getting good waves. When Cloudbreak looks like that, it's not easy to find those waves because you are duck diving capper sets all the time. Welcome everybody here to the beautiful islands of Fiji. 2026 Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero. This shot you're seeing right now on your TV screen, shot from the tower at Cloudbreak, looking back towards the island of Malolo-Levu. That small island in the foreground is Namotu. Tavarua Island, which is hosting most of our surfers, is even farther to the right, just off camera. That there is Galito Island there, where Castaway Island Resort sits. We got Mana Island in the background, Tavua, Monoriki, and that island on the far left is where the movie Castaway was filmed. Legendary actor Tom Hanks. If you know anything about the history, or if you've watched the movie, there's a scene where Tom Hanks, or it looks like Tom Hanks, is on a handmade raft and he's flying over a wave. And that was shot and stunt doubled by none other than Tavarua's own John Roseman. John Roseman didn't even have to put makeup on to look that sunburned. John Roseman did a few takes flying over a set wave here at Cloudbreak, an easy to find offshore wind as we see Luana Silva up and riding, just trying to get to her feet and get this practice session going. As we see a nice section here, we got Jack Robbo setting up the barrel, going to the pig dog, dragging the left hip into the wall, slowing down, then going into sport mode. And a float the boat section to finish for Jack Robbo, finding the cleanest barrel of the practice session. Look at that technique as we see that Matt McGilvery feeling a little bit jealous and left out. Wanted to get barreled too. But Jack getting the best barrel of the day so far. Welcome back to the live feed here at the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. It's Sunday here in Fiji. If you're watching this in America, welcome to the future. Saturday in the Western Hemisphere, Sunday here in Fiji. This is a practice session for both males and females going down now. And we are going to be kicking out the boys here in just a moment as we see Tyler Wright getting to her feet for the first time. And we got Lob Liam O'Brien trying to replicate what he was doing in his free surfs a few weeks ago. Got a lot of people talking about what they're going to be doing for their fantasy picks. People have a bit short-term memory loss, but they see these edits and they go, "Oh yeah, that's who I got to pick." But don't forget about some of these gnarly guys that are in the draw. We've got past event winner and finalist out here, Gabriel Medina, who's always been a favorite as a power surfer, as a times tour for a lot of people on their fantasy teams. But as we see here, Anat Lilor. Anat getting a semifinal finish, a finals finish rather, runner-up in Tahiti. She's looking forward to putting her forehand on edge to try to keep those points going. She wants to secure her spot on the best tour on the planet, the CT, the championship tour of the WSL. Here we go. Past world champ Caroline Marks getting to work with a nice clean wrap. Caroline was getting barreled yesterday morning. The swell has just been all over the show, changing its face. So we see a Nat kicking out as well. But just in the last 5 days, we've seen the conditions change so much. As you see Caroline on screen there, you kick out on the inside of Cloudbreak at shish kebabs, even on a small fading wind swell like this, you can still get absolutely detonated. Careful surfing your favorite board today because you can get buckled. These guys are surfing with ultra thin sand jobs. What do you call them? Glass jobs on their boards. Just made to buckle. So Cloudbreak and the ocean does not care about what your favorite board is. So they're out here trying out hopefully all their equipment. Competitors, remember, as we see the Ryan Lovelace surfboard going to work with our wild card. Just got that quiver. It's already gone to Bali and back this year. Sure, our wild card, Teo Dingay. Surfers in the lineup. Water safety's here. Obviously, it's not high risk, high surf situations today, but if at any time you make your way midway down to the bottom, you can wave your board at water safety and they will escort you back to your boat if you need to do a board change, if you need some water. We've got our full water safety team here from Pro Guarding and from Kaiwai Water Sports. They're all here to offer the safety and the service to make this session, as we see on screen there. Asa and the boys, Binaba Levu to the water safety. Thank you, boys. Whip it there. These guys do such good work, and they are frothing. Just look at Glendon Ringrose. The ring. Oh, Tea. One with the lip on that one. A little bit behind as we see inside. More action. Maddie McGilvery looking for more barrel action on the inside. Teo Dingay out the back. Just greasy. Beautiful surfing from our wild card. One of the most exciting things for a water safety person to see is a solid forecast coming in the horizon. Chatting with Glendon Ringrose and Asa Graham this morning. And funny enough, it's almost easier I wouldn't say easier. It's a totally different element for water safety when the waves are bigger. The waves break a little further out in deeper water. The higher the period, the more time in between set waves. Gives you the time to rip in and grab that surfer. Sometimes doing water safety on small dumpy days like this has a much higher risk factor for both the surfer, the jet ski operator, and the fiberglass underneath that jet ski. And these guys are absolute pros. So on these bigger days that we have in the forecast, these guys are going to be able to get our athletes out the back quickly and set up to maximize the performance and the wave catching on offer. We're going to just be at the full buffet as spectators watching as we see Sally Fitzgibbons with the hat on.
Super clean, and we got the shredding. Everyone's shredding. Yeah. And Stu is doing a great job on the mic too, just like entertaining everyone. It's a nice day. Nice show for the YouTube.
That was the young Brazilian Mateus Hurdy on an absolutely beautiful wave there. Unable to find an end section as we see surfer Lakey Peterson tagging it, the surfer out of Santa Barbara. She was also here early with the crew. Last week, some wild weather here in Fiji. Complete whiteout storm. Lakey and a few of the other surfers, I believe Lakey and Aaron Brooks, caught in a storm on their way out from Malolo Island on their way to Cloudbreak. Completely lost. She got her Google Maps out and went, we need to go this way. And lucky for Lakey and everybody on board, they were able to navigate their way back to their resort and got totally skunked. Didn't even get to surf that day. Totally wild weather. On screen right there with the white hat and smiling is Sally Fitzgibbons. She's won this event twice. That's two-time champ Sally Fitz. Other champs we have here, we've got Aaron Brooks, who won the event here a couple years ago. We obviously have Molly Picklum, our world champ, who won the event here last year. We're going to find out soon enough here as we see past world champ there, Caroline Marks in yellow. Nice little line on this little insider here at Cloudbreak. Right in front of the judging tower, she's going to fang, looking for one section to do this. That signature Caroline Marks wrap and a nice finish right into the shallows here at dead low Cloudbreak. We're just past low tide here. It's 9:40. Welcome back, everybody, here to the live practice section, the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day, Fiji Pro, presented by Corona Cero 2026. How lucky are we? Surfers in the water with their practice singlets on. Nobody else out but them. Stir the water, gang. Touch the water. You are at Cloudbreak right now, preparing for one of the most memorable, iconic events to go down. As we see this beautiful oyster, the monohull that everybody wants. If you're on that oyster, go ahead and give us a wave here to the tower. Where are you guys coming from? Are you guys on the rally, or are you guys just doing your own thing? Tap your head if you're on the rally. If you're just doing your own, how long? Oh, they're not on the rally. Tap your head. Rub your stomach if you're going around the world on that thing. Oh, they're rubbing their stomach. That's the dream right there. Is that 55-footer? Show me with your hands there in the yellow shirt at the bow. How many feet is that thing? That's you, buddy, right there on the front of that dinghy, blue shorts. You are live on the webcast. 52-footer. Dang, that thing is the envy of every boat. Welcome here to Cloudbreak. The beautiful oyster made in the UK. Fiji is one of the best destinations for cruisers. Hundreds and hundreds of boats come every year as we see a nice set coming in here at Cloudbreak. Look at this set coming in out the back. Who's going to get it? Out the back. Jumping, ejecting, but we have somebody who's going to clean it up on the inside. That's surfer LOB, Liam O'Brien. Styly little wrap. This thing is going to go a little bit soft. It's going to hang with it to the inside. Doesn't look like much wall on it. The one out the back, though, what's that one going to do? This one looks like it might have a little something on it. Liam's going to stay with it and do a chop hop. Baron Mamiya is camping out on the inside, getting absolutely drained. Come on, Baron. Is there a better feeling stalling like that and seeing the clearest lip on the planet? Amazing. Beautiful stuff from Baron Mamiya. Take notes, Coach. We got Baron Mamiya. If he would have come out of that barrel at the end, that would have been a high score. Where do I sit? If there was heats running today, look at our competitors, where they're sitting. We got crew right at the top, above the ledge. We've got gang on the mid-ledge, and we've got gang at Shish Kebabs, and Baron Mamiya just caught that beautiful vision right in front of the tower here at Shish Kebabs. Lots to think about. Welcome back here to the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day here at the Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero. We've got some more surfers arriving here from the Tabaroa boat. We've got Tia Zabrowski and Sawyer Lindblad. Sawyer and Tia, give us a wave. Welcome to Training Day here in beautiful Fiji. The sun is out. Everybody's looking ready to get in some reps here at the best wave on the planet. Today, maybe not showing its full potential, but still definitely worth getting out there. We've seen Bear Mamiya pull into a beautiful barrel on the inside. Jack Robinson, probably the best combo. Jake Marshall with the single best turn. Eli Hanneman's also been on a heater, just yo-yoing up and down through the lip. His board looking extra spicy. All right, we can see our competitors out there, Tia Zabrowski and Sawyer Lindblad. Make sure you check in with Beach Marshal Malia. She will give you your singlet and tell you the rules. There are no rules. Get out there, share, get used to what your boards are doing. This is a free surf where no one's judging but me and yourselves and your coaches, maybe your fellow competitors. So far, from up here in the tower, Aaron Brooks has had the prettiest one wave for the women, and that happened right at the beginning of this practice session. Absolutely beautiful surfing from Aaron Brooks. Eli Hanneman and Jake Marshall, Jack Robinson, also great surfing from them. Mateus right off the boat was into some silky surfing. Teo Denge, the Fiji wild card, getting used to his boards as well. The Ryan Lovelace is looking silky and smooth. It's time to figure it out. It's time to look at your quiver of boards. You get over 100 of boards, 200 boards a year. You look at them in your garage. What board am I going to take to Fiji? You figured it out. You packed 2 board bags full. You loaded them in the airplane. You paid the excess baggage fees. The boards are here. Now you're going to figure out which one you're going to be surfing come day one of competition. And it looks mint. Amazing swell coming, guys. We are stoked. Everyone's frothing here for the 2026 Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero. Little shish kebab section here. Our surfer in red, the local Teo Denge, going to find cover. Little peekaboo, how do you do? Barrel twofer with the layback exit. How do you do? Through the lip, Ryan Lovelace. Board loses the handle on the inside. I saw a rock shoot up there as well. Teo with the barrel combo of the day so far. Nice surfing from the Fiji wild card, Teo Denge. Looking like he was going to take honors for best wave of the male if he would have stopped that final maneuver. Coming out of that second barrel with a layback fade into his next turn. Well done by Teo. That board looking good. Teo, do you want to switch boards? Or are you happy on that one? Just let water safety know. Teo, if you want to ride to your boat to switch boards, to have a drink of water, let them know and they will take you over for a little break. But the boys only have 5 minutes left to surf, so you might as well chill. Get one more wave if you can. Boys in the water, we are kicking you out. As we see the Oyster out the back looking to catch this set. The 52-foot behemoth. Look at the beam on that thing. Trying to get on the webcast. There they are, the team on the Oyster. What's the name of that thing? Oysters are so fancy, they don't even put their name on the boat. 2 helms. How do you do? Amazing. Again, Fiji, one of the cruising capitals of the planet. People leave Panama, Mexico, Central America. They travel to French Polynesia, cross the Cook Islands, Samoa, Rapa Nui. Everybody ends up in Fiji, some of the best cruising islands on the planet because of so many amazing anchorages. People will come from the village and they will trade fresh fish for fishing equipment. They'll give you fresh produce. And, cruisers have been coming to Fiji for years. And since the YouTube generation has kind of brought in these young cruisers, people are buying old boats from the 70s in Ventura and sailing them all the way to Fiji. So you've got the crew that are on this $2 million 52-foot oyster. But you can also be on a boat that you can almost get for free in California and sail here, living the surfer's dream, and sailing some of these islands. You don't have to look too far. As we see our Fiji wildcard, Tea Kurap, up and riding. Same wave on the inside, Liam O'Brien trying to get one more wave before the hooter blows. 3 minutes to go before we kick out the boys. There we see on screen. If you're watching this live, welcome to the Fiji Pro Training Day session. This is the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. If you don't have your fantasy team picked, pick it. As we see on screen there, the island of Monuriki. We can see Cloud 9, the floating bar there. Hazy in the distance. It's about 5 miles away. Iconic locations. We're here at Kurukurumailangi, Thunder from Heaven, a.k.a. Cloudbreak. That's the name of the wave, and we're sitting on a piece of reef called Navula. Navula and the resource landowners of Navula have approved that this tower be made to be able to run this amazing event. Binawalevu to that Matangali and that Yavusa of Tambanivono. Thank you to all the crew here that are making this event possible. All those long boats there you see on screen, as well as the captains of those boats branded with Fiji Pro from Kaiwai Water Sports. Luana Silva there from Brazil. If you're watching this live, just know that this is a practice session. There is so much swell coming. Next time you guys log on live for our live feed, it's going to be completely different setup. Same beautiful, buttery live footage. Broadcasting with high definition, Digicel Fiji, helping out, keeping our internet connectivity super quick. Where we're able to upload this as we see past world champ Steph Gilmore getting her boards tuned in. And that's it. As we see Eli Hanneman here, that's going to be the last wave for him. As we clear the lineup for the girls, boys, make your way in. Have a little break. You get an hour and a half. That is girls out in the lineup. You have an hour and a half with just our female competitors. which means at 11:30 we'll be switching it over to all men competitors for an hour and a half. Then we're going to be going into our Rising Tides, which is our local, the local outreach workshop where we have some of our young up-and-coming surfers get to surf with the world's best here at Cloudbreak. Thank you, everybody, for putting on a show for us here live, and we'll be back with more live action very soon. All right, everyone. That sound was the start of our hour and a half free surf session for the women. Peanut Gallery results in from the tower. Best wave, single best wave by the women, Erin Brooks, which she caught right at the tippy top beginning of that. I don't even know if Erin's out here right now to even hear this. And then I believe bit of a toss-up between Jake Marshall surfing, Jack Robinson, Eli Hanneman, and Bear Mamiya. Luke Thompson also putting on a show early. So this is a contest that's not a contest. We're watching, seeing who's looking the spiciest going in to this event. People who are watching this live are trying to figure out who to pick for their fantasy teams. Competitors in the water are trying to figure out which board they're going to surf in their first heat. Everybody wanting to do the same thing. Find critical vertical walls to get those fins loose. And if they're lucky, find a little barrel to find that vision. Not a lot of barrels on tap today. Bear Mamiya finding the hollowest one. Teo Dingay also with the prettiest barrel combo. Nearly had wave of the day if he would have stomped his last section. But he is looking sharp on his Ryan Lovelace boards. Now it's time for the women. All right, everybody, welcome back to the female practice session, the WSL Fantasy Live Training Day. We can see our surfers arriving via jet ski. Bella Kenworthy, Molly Picklum arriving in style from the island with the ski. It's about a 2-mile drive from Tavarua all the way here. Some of the crew staying at the Marriott Momi Bay. Slightly longer, but still beautiful. All locations and all roads on the water lead to Kurukurmailangi, to Cloudbreak. We've got white caps out the back, about 10 knots of wind, cross offshore, beautiful conditions. As we see Molly and Bella checking in with the beach marshal, Malia. Malia, go ahead and reach out into the sun there so we can see your face, Malia. Where are you? There she is. She's giving the girls the rules. She's so serious. You can see our surfers on screen. Having a bit of a yawn. Oh, yeah, did you see that wave? Yeah, no, I saw it. We got Isabella Nichols there. Tia Zabrowski. Annette having a little chat with Steph. What are they chatting about? This swell that's coming. So exciting. Internet is buzzing. The culture is chattering. So much. We've gone we've lived through the days of printed magazines. There are a few magazines, surf magazines, coming back. Obviously, all of the social medias and websites and podcasts all talking up the culture. Everybody is looking forward to this event. Yeah, free surfers are cool, but we want to see a champ at the Fiji Pro. Who's going to lift up the beautiful hardware and take it home? The coveted Fiji Pro wood-carved spot's going to sit on somebody's mantelpiece at the end of the next 2 weeks, be immortalized by being the next Fiji Pro champ. What's up, everybody? We're here at the WSL Fantasy Live 2026 Corona. What's up, everybody? We are here in the tower live. WSL Fantasy Training Live Session. Fiji Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Judges are getting all dialed in, checking out, making sure everything's working. Athletes are out there getting all their gear dialed in. And it's a beautiful day in Fiji. Let's go! What's up, everybody? We are live in the tower. The WSL judges are here. The whole production crew. Surfers in the water. The official WSL Fantasy Live Training Session here at the Fiji Pro, presented by Corona Cero. Look at the weather! It's on. There's tons of waves coming, but you can watch this live right here at this link on the WSL Instagram. Right here. All right, welcome back here at the training live session, WSL Fantasy Live Training Day, Fiji Pro, presented by Corona Cero. We've got a handful of our women are out there enjoying this clear lineup. This might be the most women ever surfing Cloudbreak ever at one moment without any other boys out there. Such a sick moment. Let's go. As we see up and riding, that is surfer Bella Kenworthy, the late add to this event. Her first wave, boom, through the roof, gets busy and spicy through the lip, clean finish. Lakey Peterson of Santa Barbara ejecting, a little pin drop, hoping not to find the bottom of the reef. It is shallow out there. The smaller the wave, the closer you are to the reef. It's one of those things. This isn't Tahiti. The bigger the wave gets here in Fiji, the further out it breaks. It does not break in the same spot. We're going to have opportunities to catch waves all the way up on top of the ledge. right in the middle of the ledge, down at shish kebabs. And if you're lucky, after a long wave, you might even pick one off right in front of the tower. There's so much meat on the bone here. And the judges are going to be looking for critical, committed surfing. It can happen. We've seen scores happen on short waves here at Cloudbreak as we see our surfer Molly Picklum up and riding. Look at the reef there. If you're watching this live around the world, drop a comment in there on YouTube where you're watching and how excited you are for this forecast. Get on Surfline. Even without premium, you're going to be able to see a few days ahead into our first couple days early in the window. I'm not Renato. Renato's got the call to make, but it's looking strong like the second day of our window is going to be a big old green light for competition. Solid swell in the overhead to double overhead range. We're going to have beautiful cross offshore conditions just like we're seeing right now out the back as we see. As we see the Portuguese surfer Francisca checking her board out. This is the time to check it all out. Flip the board over. Is this the board I'm going to surf in Heat 1 of the Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero? We see our little pack of surfers sitting down at the bottom, still hunting that barely bully section right on top of shish kebabs. We have another big pack sitting out the back. How are you going to use priority? How are you going to use your non-priority? Where are you going to sit? Am I going to have priority and sit on my competitors? We see action out the back. Our surfer in blue kicking out. That outside section not connecting. All these conditions we're going to see supersized on Thursday as we see Steph Gilmore. Unable to connect the combo. Is one with the lip. Her board nearly hitting her as she entered the water there as we see a nice little bull here on the inside. Look at this section here at Shish Kebabs. If we can see this wave, nobody's going to get it, unfortunately. As we see that wave peel off, unridden. But if you've never been to Cloudbreak before, it's worth getting on Google Maps and seeing just how remote this wave is. Miles and miles off the shoreline, the main island of Viti Levu. Viti Levu, the most populated island out of 330 islands. Under 1 million people living in Fiji. About half of those 333 islands are inhabited. We're here on the edge of Nandronga province and Bayasawa here in the Mamanuca Islands. But we are actually broadcasting this footage that you're seeing live right now from the tower, man-made structure with as friendly as it can be aluminum footings and pylons on top of the beautiful reef here of Navula. As we see Isabella Nichols, she is beaming with confidence after putting in the time before Bolito. She came out here and scored an epic session. And so she is looking to keep those boards going. The beautiful paint job on all of Isabella's boards. She's easy to spot. And her backside surfing is looking in tune here at Cloudbreak. All right, welcome back, everybody. It is just after 10:30 here in the beautiful island archipelago of Fiji. Nimbula vinaka kede kemenina vakaitabi na lewa se vakasisi chingo vanabachini da kao totoka na vula reef. Vakatokai na tikina ni na vula reef ngo kuru kuru mai langi. This is the iconic Fijian piece of reef known as Cloudbreak in Fijian, Kurukuru Mailangi, which translates to thunder from heaven. Why did they call it that? Well, as we see a surfer up and riding out the back, that is Alyssa Spencer. When the waves get big here in Fiji, it echoes nearly 5 miles to the nearest villages of Tau, Momi, and Nambila, and could even be heard as far as Yako and Bavu when it's big, as we see Isabella jumping. That's a Nat Lalore finalist in Tahiti a couple weeks ago. Finds a combo. Top turn barrel through the lip. A Nat wave of the session so far. The surfer from Israel. Fantastic surfing from the woman in blue. Anat Lalore is now Panikeke Delni Dakao Redagori. Stuck on the reef. Look at, she took it all the way in. There's no scores even being dropped today. Just for the love of the game. That's what it's going to take to win this event. Anat sending it and finishing on dry reef. We're already an hour past dead low tide. We're going to start to see a bit of a push in the swell, even just from the tide coming in and this fading wind swell. We've been enjoying a bunch of great free surfing, even as early as yesterday morning before that squall came in. As we see on screen, live throughout the world, our surfer, Matatakitu, representing Costa Rica, Brisa Hennessy, is on the screen here. And she is looking forward to, Brisa is a woman of many nationalities and representation. She is beloved here in the islands of Fiji by so many. She's got an entire island and people behind her there on Namotu, as well as her family watching in Costa Rica. And she's going to be one to watch here at Fiji. She has sharpened her selekapa, her cane knife, on the reef here at Kurukuru Mailangi. She's put in the time, as well as lots of other athletes there on screen. Two-time champion of this event, Sally Fitzgibbons, in the hat, chatting with Alyssa, giving her some sound advice, surely, on what boards she's using in the event. Isabella there as well, eavesdropping on what Sally might be saying. What you saying, Sally? What you got? These are completely private practice sessions that are going down right now. An hour and a half for the women, and we're going to be going into an hour and a half for the men immediately after this. World champ right there, Molly Picklum, hoisted the hardware here in Fiji last year for her first ever World Championship trophy. Caroline Marks on the inside. She had a nice little quick barrel at the beginning of this session, but it is Anat Lalore so far. Anat with the wave of the session so far. There's no trophy on the line, just bragging rights going back to the Kulu Bar tonight at Tavarua. We've got most of our competitors on Tavarua Island Resort, where they're going to be watching restaurants rope down the line every afternoon, especially with this incoming swell. They're going to be able to warm up right out in front of the resort while they get ready for their heat at pumping Cloudbreak come Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Looking like pristine Cloudbreak conditions. A beautiful long period swell coming in, but in that magic zone, 16-second period. Nothing too long, which makes it lully. As we see Water Patrol dragging Tyla there, the boys from Namotu. Which way are they driving? Looks like they're bringing Tyler back out to the zone. Probably a little equipment change. Who do we got up there? Is that a Sunny Coast boy there on the front of that ski? Number 7, jet ski number 7. Can you hear me from Namotu? Raise your hand if you are from the Sunny Coast. Is that Sunny Coast Luke? Oh, no. Who is? No, it's not Luke. Take off your hood, mate, so we can see you. The world is watching. Who is in that green hood on the Namotu jet ski? We've got so many. The support crew for this event, world class. We've got our water safety team from the Gold Coast, Pro Guarding, the team with Azagram and his crew, going to be keeping everybody safe and zippy. More than enough jet skis here for full-time jet ski assist when we go through these big days here at Cloudbreak. Competitors are going to have the option to kick out and get dropped off right here at this buoy and paddle it back out. But they got to chat with their coaches. Is that a good idea always? Sometimes if you ride out clean and kick out the back with speed and you're not copping waves on the head, it might be a good strategy to just paddle your way slowly back out. Well, that other competitor's got priority and pick off a gem right in front of the tower. So lots of strategy at play here at Cloudbreak going into this, the 2026 event here. Stop number, I'm not sure at the moment here on the WSL Tour. I just know that this is a fan favorite as well as a competitor's favorite, as we see arm barring this wave. Is that a gnat on another one in blue? It's all about speed control here in Fiji. You don't need to be doing a Huntington hop here in Fiji. It's all about managing the throttle and where to shave the speed. Do you fade? Do you drag your hip? Do you do a big snappy cutback? As we see here, Yolanda Hopkins getting busy there with the dual grip tape on the board. Front foot grip for Yolanda. Out the back, we got Sally Fitz in the hat, fading. Watch the fade. Through the lip. Skadoosh. Back to the bottom. Going to go right back through the roof on that one. Another how do you do wrap. Looks to finish, but really nice to see the approach from the past champ, Sally Fitz. It's been a few years since she's hosted the hardware, but she's going to be keen. Where's her hat? Oh, no. Sally's lost her hat. Nope, it's there. She had it tethered. Absolutely postcard day here in Fiji. Fiji's been enjoying some much needed rain on the main island. Makes it a little bit harder for our competitors who are getting cold on the boat rides back and forth. Sun is out and the spray is bright as we see surfer in blue, Brisa Hennessy. Winding this one up. Will it give her a canvas to do this? Woo! Loses the fins just for a moment on the way back down. Beautiful surfing from Brisa. Caroline Marks looking to put on a show in front of Brisa. Drops the wallet right down. She's going to eye up this barrel. It's going to run away, and it does run away just. Caroline Marks coming unglued. Just in the way of a safety announcement, we've got our crew here all week long. We want to show that we've got our lane line buoy system set up there at the bottom of the reef. That's going to delineate where our spectators are going to be come opening day here. You can imagine last year at the finals, we had hundreds and hundreds of people on over 30 vessels piled up in that area. This year is going to be even more people coming out to support this amazing event, especially with the hype of this swell that's already brewing. So we see this set roll under everybody at the top point, and it even runs under our waders at Shish Kebabs. Will this set do anything? We have a paddle here. Our surfer, Steph Gilmore. It's going to stretch out in front of her. Is she going to try and pack it? She does. It's going to run away. Steph Gilmore. Oh! Hair whip. Had an opportunity for a doggy, but she was still tight and committed to the pig dog. Comes unglued, but puts on a show. Check your fins after this duck dive. Thank you very much, Steph. Packing the barrel for the girls. That's how it's done, team. Oh my goodness, Molly Picklum, 2 blistering maneuvers through the roof on that one, and we've got another wave floating through on the inside here. Surfer Tia Zabrowski, the young rookie, cracks that through the lip. She's going to try to drop her knee down, try to fit in for a little puka there on the inside. Nothing going on the barrel, but a nice little turn for Tia Zabrowski. Her first time ever coming to Fiji. 17 of our 24 competitors out there. 17 women. The best on the planet in competitive surfing. What a moment to have all these amazing women out in the lineup right now, putting on an absolute clinic in small wave surfing here at Cloudbreak. Again, Molly Picklum doing work on the shallow section there in front of Shish Kebabs. Beautiful through the roof surfing. Gets to the flats. Not sure if that would count in an event as a ride out. Doesn't matter. She's showing commitment and getting spicy on that equipment. Looking like she can trust it. A reminder, everybody watching this around the world, Fiji, so much to see here. It's Tavarua and Namotu are the jewels for when it comes to accommodation, but there are so many other amazing spots all over Fiji. One of the other resorts hosting many of our athletes and families, as well as the entire broadcast team, is the Marriott Aimomi Bay. Just a quick boat ride right here from the tower. We can see the property. And it's an amazing, amazing venue that has hosted the Fiji Pro and the production here for the past 3 main events. We've got the opening ceremony is going to go down tomorrow on the beautiful North Point, bringing together all of the Yavusa and the Vanua. As we see a nice looking set coming through at the top of the point here at Cloudbreak. That's what we're talking about, how that tide and that leftover swell from the last few days still giving some canvas to our surfers. Will it give our surfers something here at the top as we see a surfer in blue, just a quick up and down. We've definitely seen higher scoring potential waves at the bottom of the point. Paddling here, negative Ghost Rider. Here we go. This one looking like it's shaping up nicely on the reef here at Shish Kebabs. It's going to need committed surfing. Here we go, surfer. Packing it. Oh! That might have been Francisca from Portugal. Yes, Francisca. Charging, but unfortunately for her, that wave a bit long in the tooth. Closing out down the line there at Shish Kebabs. But there are so many beautiful spots to visit and surf throughout Fiji. World-class waves all over. Check out Fiji Beach House and the waves along the Coral Coast. You've got Frigates Pass out there in Banga. Got so many beautiful waves all around Lao. If you're on a sailboat especially, you're going to be cruising and scoring. We all know there's a few YouTube channels with some past champs out here that have put on a show showcasing some of the beautiful waves around Fiji. Yolanda there chopping it up with Sally Fitzgibbons. Such an interesting and a unique location here in Fiji, with the majority of our competitors staying at Tavarua Island Resort. Every other spot, everybody's on their own program. Airbnbs, hotels, they never see each other unless it's in the athlete area or in the heat. Not here in Fiji. Here they're standing in line together at the buffet, sharing a table, drinking kava together at the opening ceremony or on Fiji night. Sa tu vata sandua vata, nayalo ikeviti sandua tani, nayalo ni velomani na veo tukani. Navalevu kinavanua. May matataki na bono kinaitobo bakaviti sa Raray Binaka. We're so grateful for the hosts, the Fijian people, the best. They're what make this event and these islands as magic as they are. Vinavalevu kinaveta mata venga ravitu vinave hotela vetambani marine. Housekeeping, food and beverage, everybody makes it happen. As we see Tia Zabrowski of Tahiti, French Polynesia, unable to finish that wave. Her countryman, Vahine Fierro. Super excited as we see this field of athletes, these women in the water right now. There's never been a professional group of women that charge harder than these girls in the water right now. And we cannot wait to see what they're going to do with this swell that's coming. "24 women," as we see a Nat Lelore. 24 women. 30 men or 32 men. So many competitors, so many heats. Every heat is an elimination heat. Every heat has world title implications. Points, valuable points. This is their career. This is not some fun-loving board riders club where we're just fighting to who's going to buy the next round. No, this is careers on the line. Sponsorship deals, the pressure is on, and Fiji is going to provide the canvas for somebody to rise to the top, lift the trophy, and solidify their legacy as a true legend of the sport. We're just over an hour left in this all-female clinic put on by these women here in tricky, quick, closey-outy Cloudbreak conditions here. Small wind swell. So we see Tia Zabrowski here on the inside. She's going to find a vertical section here. Negatory. If you're watching this live and you've never come to Fiji, it's time to get online, go to Fiji Airways, and see how much it would cost to get you and your buddy, you and your wife, you and your kids here for a surf trip, as we see Yolanda getting in the groove there on a smaller one. With direct flights from all major cities in Australia, New Zealand, Los Angeles, San Francisco, BC, British Columbia, and Canada. Direct flights. They're all overnight flights, red-eye flights. You arrive just as the sun arises. You can be surfing by 9 o'clock. It all adds to the delirium of arriving in paradise, as we see Molly Picklum pumping down the line, hoping for, whoa, a little float the boat. How do you do? Floater, low tide, Cloudbreak. What could go wrong? She's smiling as she does so. Massive shout out to the production teams. And production starts weeks ago and months obviously overseas, but once the wheels start churning here, the play button goes, the tower gets cleaned and dressed up. We start loading on all the equipment, all the electrical equipment, all the broadcast gear. And it's amazing over the years how the equipment has trimmed down as technology has gotten better and better. It is just an act of modern engineering to bring live coverage of this event around the world for free. Sally Fitzgibbons, Upside Down, familiar sight. She's been doing that for a few years. Muscle memory serving Sally well. She eyes this beautiful blue canvas. Opts to kick out of that one instead of trying to finish that one here at Shallow Shish Kebabs. Sally's always been charging hard here at Cloudbreak. Traveling all those early days here. When the tour came back, it took a long break as Isabella looking to see her first event ever surfed here in Fiji. But Fiji came back with a vengeance in 2012 with both men and women coming back. 2012, obviously, the infamous year. One of the best runs of swell in the South Pacific. In 2012, we all remember watching live the thundercloud swell with WSL. Made the call, the wind went north, made it an easy call to call the contest off, and the free surfers went absolutely ham. WSL kept shooting the live coverage with the webcast going, and Thundercloud became an enigma known around the world. Later that year, Code Red Swell hit Tahiti, and those are years we'll never forget. Will this year be just as special as we see Luana Silva getting in the pace just in front of the button? She's going to find it, though, on this turn. And boom, finishes strong. Luana Silva with one of the best combos of the entire heat. That was beautiful surfing from Luana Silva. She's definitely going to want to watch that one back on the live with her coaches. She'll be stoked on that effort as we see out the back. Looking for a section here. Goofy footer. But Luana on a beautiful pace on that last wave. Wish I could rewind and watch that again. Bella Kenworthy getting busy. The wild card. Wonder what that phone call must have been like. So, Bella, you want to go to Fiji? She's here, and she's ripping. Looking good. Bella Kenworthy is going to be super psyched on this forecast coming up. Bella is known for sending it. The majority of our women are out there. A few of the women that surfed before, nice and early, before the start of the men and women free surf, have opted not to be out here, but we have 17 or 18 of our competitors out of the 24 in the water. This is a historic moment in its own right. Almost want to get everybody together for a group shot and a party wave. What do you think? Party wave! Amazing. How excited are we all to see these women absolutely send it this coming swell. Get on Surfline. Get your Surfline Premium already. What are you doing? You can see into the future. You can see the entire event window. Surfline, if you're not paying for premium, you can still see the next 5 days, and you're going to see how awesome Wednesday, Thursday, Friday looks. Super stoked. We can see the wind starting to pick up here at Kurukurumailangi. Conditions still on the reef, absolutely butterball. Just a little bit of golf ball texture on the water. But out the back, nearly just 100 meters out, you can see the whitecaps ripping that southeast wind. Any other beach break in the world would be absolutely cut to ribbons, but not Cloudbreak. And on some of those big dates that are coming, it's going to be stiff, cross offshore. Not the offshores we saw last week where it was coming directly east and straight up the face. But the swell is going to have that beautiful cross offshore that we're seeing today. You can see it on screen. That spray's going offshore and slightly to the right, which is absolutely optimal. Makes you think of the iconic heats that have gone down here in heavy winds. Owen Wright, obviously, finals day back in 2017. Owen Wright putting down 210s on finals day in some of the hairiest 8-foot Hawaiian condition offshore. It was scary to watch, and he was absolutely threading it. Wind is not always the enemy here in Cloudbreak, but it does make things tricky, and we're going to be able to see that barrel and these big long walls at Cloudbreak be held up just a little bit longer. So you see Surfer and Lakey Peterson getting to that section just a bit late. We see Jake the Snake Patty on the ski there with the boys. Whip it. The crew talking story. Pro Guarding makes such a killer sled. Love these sleds by Pro Guarding. As we see up and riding, Tia Zabrowski, the rookie, passionate surfer out of Tahiti. One of the youngest ever on tour. Already hoisted a trophy in Brazil. She wants more. Everybody's hungry. Everybody's got something they're trying to prove to themselves, to the global audience of surfers. Why do we surf? Why do these girls surf? We love to surf, but everybody's got a little bit different competitive drive. And what's their why and why they do it? Male or female? Why are we out here? Why are we doing this sport that we love? Well, we're going to come find out at the end of this event who's hoisting it. It's going to add to whatever your why is. Having this trophy in your mantle, it's going to help as we see Tia Zabrowski on a stay busy wave, finding a nice rhythm on a tiny wave. Vahine Fierro as well, tagging that lip. Fortunately, just off camera. This is the view from the tower I'm giving you. Brisa eyeballing this one up, way up the point. Softer section there. See if she connects to this something with a bit more bull to it. She does. She finds it. Another nice wrap. And that wave flutters out to sea. She caught that one pretty much at the tippy top of the point. And you're going to see here up and riding Francesca of Portugal. She's catching it more on this pre-shish kebab point. Very fragmented today. Only a couple people have had waves that have gone all the way through. And Nat Lalore was probably on the best wave still that we've seen today, as we see Isabella Nichols having a wee rip on this one. We're at 15 minutes remaining in this free surf women. 15 minutes remaining until the switch over to the boys. Although there were a few cheeky boys that stayed well past the horn into the girls' heat. So I won't be issuing any penalties on your surfing or your scores if you hang out a little longer into the boys' heat. But you got 15 minutes on the officials. We see a bit of tag team action. Party wave, let's go. Tyler, Alyssa, and Steph. Tyler says, see ya. Fupa. Party wave from a few world champs right there. Alyssa opting to go, no, I'm not going to take a board to the shins before the heat, before an event. And that'll do it. Steph and Tyler saying, lunchtime. And that's it. Thank you, ladies, for the show. Hopefully the women have figured out what board to put on ice and bring out for day one. Even though day one, it's going to look a little bit different than what we're seeing today. I'm excited to see these women in their jerseys again come day one of competition. Let's go. All right, hey, men, athletes, coming into this next section, do not paddle out sans jersey. Make sure you pick up your jersey from the boat marshal. We got that Tavarua boat stacked with talent and no jerseys. All the boys on there talking story. We got Italo and Leo there. Oh, man, I had this wave. Went upside down. Oh, went stretched. You stretched it out and whacked it. Just like that. Came around. Fwapa! It was the sickest wave I've ever had out here. We're going to go into the men's heat at 11:30, just under 15 minutes remaining. In the women's free surf, they're going to take a little break. The men will have the field, and then the women can come back for another combined session. That will start roughly at 1 o'clock. Is that right? 1 o'clock will be the combo. My maths are terrible. But we're going to take a break with the women here, and then the men will be out for an hour and a half. And then we're going to be rolling into Rising Tides, a jewel of a program that WSL has been running for many years now. And some of the women, Tia Zabrowski included in the water, were part of those programs in Tahiti. Even some of the young wild card who surfed in Tahiti. Even our wild card here in Fiji, our own Tea Kurop, was part of the Rising Tide program. So really cool to see that program continue today. And that's going to be at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Welcome back. We're here at the WSL Fantasy Live training session. World champ from last year, Molly Picklum, upside down here. Only 10 minutes left in this free surf as she goes upside down and late to that section. This could be the last flurry of live action before the ocean goes quiet. We're going to see these women come out again with the men for a combo training sesh. But so rad to see all these women out at the same time. All right, there's about 10 minutes left. The men are starting to paddle out. Boys will be buying all of the drinks at the bar if they catch any waves before the hooter blows. All right, boys, we got Alejo Muniz there. Felipe Toledo paddling out. The sun is out finally here in Fiji. Beautiful day here on the reef at Kurukuru Mailangi. All right, with just under 5 minutes to go, surfer Yolanda Hopkins putting it through the roof. Here's Silky Isabella Nichols also just tapping this slower paced wave. Not a lot of steep coping on that one as she finds her way back to the channel. Time running out on this all-women superheat practice session. The men are going to start making their way out there. Looks like we got Miggy's in the house. Miguel Pupo back in action. Saw Miguel on him and Gabby's first trip here in 2012. They were teenagers. You remember that session, Miguel? You guys were out here, just you and Gabby. Tiny little swell, kind of like this size. And you guys were just hucking airs, having the best time. Went on to have the sickest surf trip. Cool to see these legends of the sport come back. And now we get to watch it all happen all over again with the young legends. We got Tia Zabrowski, her first ever time here in Fiji. And she's up and riding right now. Boom! Fully upside down. Nose and tail above the lip. Gabby, it's not your turn. Not your turn, Gabby. Gabby's buying cocktails. All right, up and riding Luana Silva. It's still the girls' turn. Here we go. Boom! Tagged it through the lip. Wow. I'm saying the best two-wave combo is going to Luana. Best single wave, a Nat Lelour for me. Packing the tube. All right, unofficial time remaining, about 2 minutes to go. Two super nice waves by Luana Silva and Tia Zabrowski. Luana, though, with that combo, the two-turn, how do you do, hammers. Super sick. Vahine Fiera. See Vahine on a white frothy one. Usually we opt not even to surf these things. She's making this thing look like a buttery wave. Sometimes surfing a whitewater wave feels like a jet ski in whitewater. Boom, boom, boom. And she made that look buttery. Molly chopping it up quickly there with Leo Fioravanti, who's just... He wants to wear what Molly's wearing. He's been wearing it the past few comps, and he wants it back. We see Bella Kenworthy on the screen as well. Bella, your family, and your coaches, and everybody back home. Enjoyed watching you in that free surf. Super sick. You guys can all watch back this heat and see your best waves. And the only problem is I don't know if we're going to get conditions like this again in the event window. So we're going to be seeing a lot different style of surfing and probably a lot bigger surfboards come day one of competition. Tia Zabrowski again, blistering backhand pace, looking very spicy. We are into our final 30 seconds, and we're going to close this thing down, or rather 1 more minute. We got 1 more minute. Actually, look at my iPhone. It is 11:30. We're going to go ahead and end this heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, girls, thank you so much. That was very entertaining. Make your way to the channel, and we're going to go ahead and give the boys an opportunity. And we will see you women back here in an hour and a half. From the tower, we'll be back once we get a few more of the men out in the lineup with some live action here at Cloudbreak. If you're watching live online, thank you guys for checking in. There's a lot more surfing action coming this week. This is just a little teaser, a little appetizer, as they say on this side of the world, the entree. Come on, it's not a main course. Entree comes before the main. All right, we'll see you guys in a bit. Vinaka. All right. Welcome back. We've got another 25 minutes of live broadcast of this training session, the WSL Fantasy Training Live here at the 2026 Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero. If you're there in the channel, thank you guys for coming and watching. You can see there, safety-wise, when the event is on, those buoys there cordon off the spectator zone of where you're going to be able to watch the event go down. As we see here, live action there of Miguel Pupo. Boom! Thinking of Miggy's action 2012. How many years ago is that? 14 years Miguel's been surfing Cloudbreak. First time he surfed here, it looked very similar to this. And Miggy's had some amazing heats here over the years. Cole Hauschman looking at a little tiny blue version of the left at Trestles, doing its best impersonation. Cole has been on an absolute tear through the free surfs coming in. Cole and his boys, gang from San Clemente did a trip out here just after the Fiji Pro 2 years ago. Was it last year? It was 2 years ago, the year Griffin won. The waves at the event that Griff won were only just overhead to head high. And then Cole and Griff and the boys came back about a week or two later, and the waves were going off. This man can put on a show at Cloudbreak as well. Gabriel Medina on the screen here. So many people putting Gabby as their ×2 power surfer for fantasy, and this is why. Look at the combo he's putting on that wave. Right behind him, Felipe Toledo. Still able to get that board all the way ripping around in a section that's not very vertical. It's about making the difficult look easy. Felipe Toledo doing that. Spinning the board around. Cole Hauschman on a full frother jet ski cavitator, whitewater. Frother unable to connect the dots on that one. Thanks for watching live. The boys are out there. This is not a heat, but I am judging you. I am going to be calling out who I think is winning this free surf. As we see Alejo Muniz. Up and riding, eyeballing this section. Very vertical. 11:30. Getting it up there. This wave getting a little bit weird. Come the day of the swell, there's not going to be much need to force an end of a wave. It's going to feel like every part of the wave is the main course, and we're not going to want to miss a single turn. The magic of big cloud break, a perfect cloud break, where you take off in the barrel, come out to do the craziest turn. As we see Bella Kenworthy soaking up a couple turns on our way in from the all-female heat. Cloudbreak's going to be offering a canvas for action out the back all the way through to shish kebabs. As we see Gabby, couple pumps, get the flow, rip through that bowl. Another nice tag there. Looking like this is going to give him a nice little section to finish here as well. Gabby's winning this heat already, has everybody comboed. Second place, in my mind, Felipe Toledo, who's going to also stand out in this free surf. Get in your picks. Get your picks in for Fantasy, WSL Fantasy Surfer. Are you going to take a gamble and put your ×2 on an underdog or an unknown? Will favorites fall out early? Will there be spoilers? As we see Miggy up and down, just trying to do what he came to do, which is get his feet on the wax, get reacquainted with the old friend. Kuru-kuru mai langi. Everybody say kuru-kuru. Kuru-kuru is a Fijian word for thunder. Mai, from, langi, heaven. Kuru-kuru mai langi, the Fijian indigenous name for this piece of reef. It's pretty amazing that a reef this far away from the main island can carry sound that travels all the way to Nambila and Momi villages, to the point where as the reef would detonate, the sound would travel over the water and into the village, and it sounded like there was thunder coming from the heavens. Kuru-kuru mai langi. And then it was sailors coming through to surf. Surfers John Ritter, and then later Dave Clark coming and surfing, as we see Marco Mignot, the French surfer de Sayulita, Mexico. He's been putting in time out here on the windy, gnarly days as well. Happy to find a clean line out here. Marco is going to be dangerous here on his first ever trip to Cloudbreak. Gabby, not a stranger to Kuru-kuru mai langi, going upside down and backwards on that one. As Bruce Brown would say, using his bag of tricks on this. A floater there for our surfer in white, just off screen, coming into camera now. Whoop! Is that Italo? It is. That is our surfer currently holding #1 in the rankings. He's going to be in the yellow jersey, skipping the first round and into the seeded round. Awaiting the winner of the heat between our local wild card, Teo, up against surfer from Maui, Eli Hanneman. So the winner of that will go up against surfer #1 in the world, Italo Ferreira. Massive shout out to everyone coming out to make this day possible. All the crew with Kaiwai Water Sports, Pro Guarding, Water Safety Team. We've got all those longboats as well. The support, Kinavit Vitoconi Manacorro, Leo Fioravanti up and riding now. The surfer representing Italy via Hosago, France. Leo's been on an absolute tear this year, looking to get yellow jersey back from Italo. So you see the goofy footer, Kauli Vast. Really looking forward to see Kauli surf pumping Cloudbreak. Kauli, obviously, lots of prowess and experience in hollow left-handers. Felipe Toledo. Ripping on the backhand. If Felipe gets in a rhythm here at Cloudbreak, Garona, the Fijian word for watch out, as he goes absolutely berserk on this wave. I don't think that wave could be surfed better. If there were judges in the tower right now, he'd be looking at us and saying, "What's up?" Unfortunately, and not unfortunately, I think Felipe is going to go on a tear with the Cloudbreak lineup that's coming with this swell on the way. All right, saying goodbye to our women and our crew going back. Binaka Bagalevu, good job surfing, girls. We will see you all tomorrow at the opening ceremony. Binaka, see you later. Hey, girls on the top of the rowboat, wave. You're on the webcast. Everyone's watching. Mode. We are still live here with our men just for a few more moments. 15 more minutes on the live web broadcast. And then the men will still have an hour left in 15 minutes time to continue their free surf. All systems are go here in the tower on our dress rehearsal day here for the production team. All systems go. We just need the okay from Renato Hickel looking at the forecast. Nothing makes me happier when I see Renato with a big smile on his face, rubbing his hands together, looking at what we have in store for this event. This is what it's about. You work hard for these moments to be at an event like this, the Fiji Pro, presented by Corona Cero. You do all of those Challenger Series events to make the tour to be here right now. Here we go, having a little paddle here in a tiny wave. Surfer Marco Mignot making the most of these deteriorating conditions here. Rather, conditions are beautiful offshore, but the swell fading and fading. We're going to continue to see the fading swell through tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, we're going to start to see some longer period sets come through. And then Wednesday, looking like we are going to be going with live action in round one. Will it be the women? Will it be the men? That's not my call, but we will have a call. I just am so excited to see what's about to go down. Marco Mignot opting to just keep hunting waves down here at the bottom in front of the tower. Just staying busy, trying to get in the flows. We see Italo, patented Italo speed. Is there a surfer faster than Italo Ferreira? We need to put a watch on him and see. One of the fastest, most electric surfers. I remember Italo's rookie year out here. Oh, we've got some conflicting reports. I'd say Italo is probably the fastest goofy footer I've ever seen on a wave. And I got somebody here on the tower, Saiviri, our full-time Ratu security and electrician on the tower, says Mick Fanning is fast. White Lightning. Mick's been in a few big events out here. He knows his way around a barrel. Unfortunately, for a lot of those legends of our sport, their time wearing a singlet in the water here at Cloudbreak are done. It's on for the next crew, and we are here for it. We've got iconic swells coming through, and these new legends are going to rise. that is past world champ Italo Ferreira getting rolled nearly with his board on that one. Iago Dora as well, and able to finish on the end there. We can see the wind line is creeping closer and closer to the lineup. It started about 2 miles out to sea, and that south wind is starting to pick up and blow Whitecaps closer and closer, as we see on screen. Griffin Colapinto and Cole Hauschman chopping it up. Crosby's there too, the San Clemente boys. Boys, have a look here towards the tower. Everybody's watching back home. Good to see the boys out having a free surf together in the singlet. Next time these guys are in the water together in a jersey, it's going to be in a heat battle going down. So cool to see all the boys out here having more relaxed approach. Few last moments, just getting warmed up. I see Oscar Berry coming out now, going to check in with the beach marshal. Oscar, go ahead and check in with beach marshal Malia. She'll get you dialed in with a jersey. Absolutely loving the artwork and design for the Fiji Pro by the talented Lily Kate. Again, providing the art design. All straight off the dome, no AI needed. As we see this beautiful triple master cruising yacht coming to the shot. What is up? What a beautiful boat that is. Looks like we see is that a JS flag flying up there? I can hear the foghorn going there. Out on the boat. You're on the live webcast, guys. Welcome. We've got the world's best out there in the lineup right now. I want to see that boat do a U-turn with full sails up. You guys have enough crew on board that boat to get that thing fully rigged up? Let's see that thing full regalia. All the sails out and going, sending it back to Malolo. Fiji is the dream surf location. It's also the dream cruising location for yachts, both small and large. Look at that yacht, man. There's so that thing probably takes 20 people just to get all the sails up. On the screen, though, we can see our men are out there. You can see the wind line coming through the lineup here. We only have 5 minutes together if you're watching this live here at the WSL Fantasy training session at the 2026 Fiji Pro, presented by Corona Cero. What percentage alcohol do you ask? Cero. Zero. Zilch. All of the vibes, none of the regret. Corona Cero is there for you for that healthy alternative to remember all the good moments. We're going to be wrapping up this live portion of the training session. It's been a pleasure being with you here on the tower, bringing you the commentary no one asked for. Stu Johnson here alongside a talented crew. Saibiri and all the boys. Vinaka to Saki on the boat there with SPR and all of the team. As we see one of the main shapers battling out for rights to the shaping championship, Jason Stevens, JS. proudly represented there on the 3-mast boat. But I'm going to go ahead and leave you guys with that. And in Fijian, a final Vinavalevu in the Fijian language to you. Vinavalevu na vevuke na vengaravitavi to Water Patrol. Bata kekedi na ve kavatani nindui wanga. Dui kambani dinangasan dui kambani dui tabi mai. Kinto sa dagadaga bata. Yalo bata. Menduanga na dagadaga me bayadora. May tosayado na end of this competition. May tinin na hibi-hibingo. Singando e mavoa. Gaerua me lave na trophy. First place here at the Fiji Pro 2026 presented by Corona Cero. Vinavalevu, and we'll see everybody with the official broadcast team at the WSL for the opening ceremony live, as well, or the package of the WSL ceremony, as well as live coverage on day one and the breakfast show, the morning show with the WSL broadcast team. From Fiji, with love, Mainavali Sarasara, the tower, Stu Johnson and the team, Nimo de Toka. We'll see everybody on day one of action. Vinaka. All right, everybody logging on live here. You can go ahead and drag that little bar all the way back to the back to watch this over again. But for now, live here from the channel and the tower at Cloudbreak, Stu Johnson and the team, we're going to be signing off here for the WSL Fantasy Training Session live here at the 2026 Fiji Pro presented by Corona Cero. We'll see everybody on day one of competition with the WSL broadcast team. Can't wait for those days. And for now, ni mode bagalaleka, ni sa mode. See you guys soon. Binaka.